Good morning, crypto enthusiasts. Happy Tuesday. I'm hoping you guys are having a beautiful and successful start to your day. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to another day of success, lessons, blessings, all of that here. I'm your boy Crypto Saint. We're going to be diving into some charts, specifically Ethereum, and we're also going to be looking at additional coins like River, Bitcoin, of course. We'll also be researching some moves on USDT. We do need to be paying attention to that today as well. The bigger question is going to be for us if ETH is going to start bottoming out here for a wave 2 on a subwave and then have an impulse into the 2600 levels. That's something that we're going to be reviewing throughout the course of the day, and obviously taking some entries, looking for some long positions off of that. We are still short from yesterday's stream. We held on to that short. There were some profits that were taken on that. Now we're just looking at these specific levels as far as for wave 2 being right around about 618 down to about 0.76. So let's dive into the charts and let's start taking a gander at what that looks like. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Michael? Good morning, Omar. Good morning, Sane. Yo, what up, Monkey? What's going on, guys? I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you for always being here. Much appreciated. So good news about the channel real quick. Channel just hit its target where I can actually provide private subscriptions for you guys. So it's something that we'll be working in the works as we go down a little bit further with this channel. I'll be setting that up for you guys, but just literally got the notification this morning that it was became eligible. So I just put in the application for that. I think the review takes almost like a month. So it'll give us some time to start figuring out how we're going to design that, but let's dive into the charts, right? So last we discussed yesterday, we were on a 55 minute. Not much has changed in that regard. If we look at the weekly real quick, obviously we can see this move, sitting right around 2302, still creating this shaved head that hasn't been cleared on the weekly. So that's something that I do want to be paying attention to, at least going into the remainder of this week and then following into next week. What I mean by that is, the weekly could always give us that impulse higher to the upside, which would confirm a wave 1, and then we get a deeper retrace for wave 2. So that's something that's still we're discussing. Ultimately, I'd like for wave 2 to be complete here inside of this week, and then going into next week we see that impulse up higher. The higher impulse levels, if we go back to the 55, are going to sit right over here inside of this level, this 2600, this red box that you see over here. So like 2694 all the way up to about 2700. There's going to be a major threshold right around 2621, 2623 inside that area. That was a previous support level. So we want to see if that level can be flipped back into support or if it's going to act as a point of resistance. Nevertheless, I'm very confident that we do reach the 2600 levels, but that's going to be a key level area for us for continuation. In the meantime, the bigger question is going to be, have we bottomed out here in the 2157 levels, or are we going to go deeper than that? From a fib level perspective for wave 2, kind of what we're looking at here is going to be, I was really eyeballing this 2213 area. There was an imbalance on a 5 minute that sits right there. And then there's also some liquidity pockets that sit here on a 55 minute, roughly around 94%, about 2.3 million in volume sits right there. And just right underneath that, there's another about 2.2 in volume that sits in that area. I have these alarms going off like crazy. These are alarms that we set yesterday. So they started going off last night in these areas. And as I was saying before, wave 1 could potentially still not be confirmed. I mean, this does have wave 1 and wave 2 characteristics. Let's move this over so we can just see that line up a little bit better. You can see that we tapped right into that 0.5 fib level, which essentially is considered a flat level for wave two. If we get an impulse up to, let's say, 2600, we have a massive squeeze that's going on there. I still did hold on to the long, haven't let go of the long. The long was from 2176. That's where I was started building my longs from, in that area. I did not have the opportunity to add to my long position because I was still apprehensive in the sense of waiting for this area to be tapped into. I do have some buy signals that did appear here on the 55-minute, and we're running into a little bit of volatility here from a DMI perspective. So I want to see if we get a little bit further down. If we don't, hey, it is what it is. Then I'll look for an area where I can actually have a safe add back. But the two questions really going to be for me are, are we going to get a deeper retrace into this level? That's one. Currently active. New York starts here. New York cash market opens up here in the next 2 minutes, if you will. And if I can get down to these levels, then I'll feel much more confident about us moving into a wave three. The second part of that question is going to be, okay, well, what if I'm inside of this, deeper A, and then I get a B, and then I get my C, which means if I get a B wave can hit extension levels right over here. And I believe it was on a 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see, it's right here on this 5 minute that we have a 9 failure. We have a 7 that prints right over here. This was that high, 2391, and we never cleared that area. So, that's the second part of the question for me that I'm really going to be reviewing, if you will. If we go there first, if we clear that imbalance, that 2391 area puts us like around 2409 inside of that area, and then we come right back down again. So I do have some limits that are set inside that area as far as 2409 inside this zone. I do have a tighter stop loss in regards to it, saying, okay, well, saying, what if you're wrong? What if this was wave 2, 2276? That was the flat level, and now we move into an impulse up to 2600s. So that's why I'm going to have a tight stop loss as far as a hedge short. I'm hedging against the long. The long is going to be a little bit heavier, and the shorts are going to be potentially just scalps here and there. So once we break that level, once we get into like a wave 3, then I wouldn't start shorting until we get to wave 3 levels. Like I'd first identify 2541. Okay, what's going on in 2541? We got small little liquidity pockets that sit right in that area, about 38%, which is roughly about 935,000. Not that thick, not that big of a block, if you will. And then if we go further up, we go to the next zones, we do have some imbalance. You can see here on a 55-minute, we have an imbalance here, we have an imbalance here, and we have an imbalance here, all the way up to 2694. So I wouldn't look for hedge shorts unless we start rejecting here, and that gives us some type of retracement. I look for a hedge short, maybe possibly breaking down to the peak of wave 1, where we flip that resistance into support. If we just completely, blow right past that area, none of this stuff, this is all empty space. I wouldn't be looking for hedge shorts until we got into this zone, until that area gets filled in sense of balance. And now if this is in fact a wave 2 and it's flat, then I would anticipate for wave 4 to be two things. It's either going to be more flat, so 0.236, 0.382 levels. It's not going to go to a 0.5. It would bypass a 0.5. So 0.236, 0.382, or it goes to a 618 or 76 level as far as being sharp. So that can be a little a little scary, if you will, when it comes to trying to position yourself, especially on a wave 4. Wave 4s can be difficult to trade, but nevertheless, we're going to be diving into that together. Let me fix something here real quick. Outside of that, I hope you guys are doing good. Having a good start to your day. So now we keep bouncing off of what was a 0.32 level. That's where you hear this alarm going off. I did remove the 0.32 because we violated and we got into 0.5. New York comes here, or actually New York already just opened, so let's go ahead and look at a quick 5-minute on that. I'm gonna go ahead and take the dynamics off just so we have a little bit of a cleaner chart for us. And so we have all these imbalances sit here, and look at these imbalances here as well too. There's an imbalance on 2163. Whee! Yeah, I'll look at hype. We'll look at hype here in a little while. I want to get through the first 5-minute open at the very least, and we're gonna start seeing where that direction is gonna start breaking us towards. So I'm essentially establishing what our range is gonna look like. You know, gotta wait for this first 5-minute candle to finish printing. So if we come back and retest this area, let's say like 2308, and then we start rejecting 2308, maybe get like a small little wick right above it. We do have another 9 failure that sits inside this area. There's a lot of 9 failures. At least I've identified 2 of them thus so far. The one that's sitting right over here, and then we have one currently right over here. So there's definitely imbalance to the upside. So we'd most likely clear that, and then there's an imbalance that sits right here, but maybe that was cleared. Let me see something here. Yeah, it was cleared on this wick, so this imbalance was cleared on that wick, but nothing was cleared up here just yet. All right, so this is the first 5-minute candle. We're good on that. Now, yeah, so now we got pull back up. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get these price action so you can see price action a little bit better. So if we break above this area right over here, we want to see a close above this benchmark 2308, and then obviously see some type of retest, see if we can retest inside of this area, and then we have the potential to move higher. If we break down below this line right here, and then we get a rejection off this line, or if we get a retest inside this area and continue to move down, it's going to move to our lower levels that we have for fib levels. So for me, this is going to be like the decision maker if ETH in fact is going to move be moving higher. So now that I have those lines established, I'm gonna go back over to a 55 real quick. And see, we're still running warm. That's, you know, that's a third thing that I'm identifying here. I ideally want to see this right over here. I want to see something where we have cooldowns. So we did get a retest. Let's see if 0.5 can hold, or if it's going to flush down into, 7.6 levels. I mean, it could even get all the way down to like 2163, as I was showing you just a minute ago. We do have imbalances on a 5-minute that sit right around like 2163. So there's a potential we could see even a double bottom, which would be a strong case for a reversal, because that's a reversal pattern when we have double bottoms. Just like double tops are going to be, reversals to the downside. Yeah, for limits inside those areas. Yep. 2213, 2186 areas. I think there's more reason for price action to go down to those levels. I do have a buy signal that sits right over here. I was just looking at 55, and that ADX was running down, and DI negative was running down as well too. But see how it just picked its nose up on some of these moves. Right, here we go. Get some testing going on here now. Let's see what's going on. If I can get a rejection somewhere inside this area, and we'll see what that looks like for us. I've taken a good amount of profits off of the short though so far. See, now we're rejecting the New York 5-minute open low. And so you have divergence that's going on right over here. It's printing divergence. What is that, 2288? No, it's just all about waiting. We'll look at 1 hour candle looking like that. Yeah. I think I feel like there would be a flush. I mean, this feels like inducement here inside this area. Somebody asked me about hype. I'll take a quick peek at hype for us. We'll discuss River here in a moment as well too. River has pretty good retracement to the downside. I want to see this area maintain itself. If it doesn't, then I'm looking at these lower levels, which sit right around like 7. I don't have anything active on River right now. My main focus was ETH. But River has been performing. Got some people inside the server that are doing quite well on River. So definitely check that out. If you guys don't recall, we did start the campaign. We have our official campaign that has begun. Why isn't this showing? Yeah, so just quick heads up on that. We did start our campaign for Liquidity Citadel. There are deposit bonuses and discounts off of your fees. If you were part of the campaign, you'll also be boosted to VIP 3 status, contingent obviously on your deposits. So once those deposits go through, then you'll automatically start receiving your VIP status. And then the bonuses will come at a certain time. I'll double check for that one that was actually are going to be paid out, but just a heads up on that. I'll be posting the link inside of our chat for the registration, so that way you guys can partake inside of that. I'm going to be running a challenge through this campaign. I want to get through this week, and then by next week we're restarting our 1K to 10K challenge. And so once you do your deposit, your deposit sits in your account for a minimum of 3 days, then your bonus deposit is going to be deployed. So just a quick heads up on that. That's the link for the campaign specifically. So make sure that you're entered. If you're inside the server, there's a form, a quick like 4-question form to make sure that your UID is accounted for. Sometimes these exchanges can run into some errors, if you will, or it could be user error, what have you. But we're making sure that everyone's taken care of. So the form tracks the UID, and it allows me to go directly to Bytunix and say, hey, okay, this person signed up through the referral link and is part of the campaign. You know, let's increase their VIP status if it hasn't automatically taken effect. So basically, service. You get good service with that. Keep bouncing off that 0.5 area. I did say I was going to go to hype. Sorry, I squirreled a little bit there. I think I was on hype for a daily. Yeah, look at that thing. I think I went to all at 38. And I think I was looking at a 5-minute. I think I had a 5-minute on that yesterday, just the other day. I was charting this with one of our students, but it had the potential going higher. I mean, shorts could be an option here. Let's see. You have an 8 and you have a 9. Hmm. You have a strong sell signal. Yeah, I'd definitely be looking to build some shorts here on hype. Me personally, I would. That looks good. I like that. I actually might take that. I actually might take that. I just want to make sure that I don't have a rising three because I have an impulse here, then three come down, and I could get another impulse up to the upside. So I want to get confirmation that, you know, we have signs of weakness inside this area. So I wouldn't short it here right now as this wick is moving down. That's, you know, that's asking for max pain. But I would definitely be looking inside of this area right over here. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's put a box on that. I really want to maintain that area right over there. I'll set an alarm for it. And see what occurs when we get there. Because if we blow right past that, then you have a rising three. Rising three as far as measured move. You'd have 1, 2, 3 that come down, and then your fourth candle will be equal in height to what's created it. So let's say this would be the next one. It'd look like that, which that's a continuation pattern. So you got to just make sure that you have weakness and start breaking down here in this area. If it blows past this box, then you have a rising three, and then it'll probably repeat itself. You usually get like 2 of those, 2 to 3 of those. So just a heads up on that when it comes to hype. But I did set an alarm for it. Wait, what is this? What session is this? Where's this from? Oh, that's a previous session that it's bouncing off of. Okay. That's good. I have residue there. That's actually interesting to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2346. That changes the setup phase, but we've got a 9 that's printing here. Did something a little risky. I had a small little add to my long right over here on this line is 2272. Because we're sitting right inside of this golden pocket right over here. It's kind of difficult to pinpoint when you don't have a fib level specifically here. So like inside of this area, this is going to be considered your golden pocket. So I want to see it maintain itself. You know, if we sweep those lows, then I'll just burn that little add that I had. Still holding on to the short though. Still holding on to the short. I've taken profits off of the short though so far. So we're waiting for these fib levels to give us confirmation. You know, if we can hold this area. I had a small little add here at 2272. I added to my position at 2272. If you're not already short or at least hedged short, then I would keep a tighter stop loss on that, 1.01%. So that would put you like around just underneath this fib level right over here. No, we're restarting the 1K to 10K challenge. That previous challenge was for a different server. So now that we've established our own server, we're going to be doing our own challenge inside there. So we stepped out low. I'm going to burn that position that I had. I don't like this bounce that we have inside this area. I think we head towards this 2248 area right over here. I feel like that's what's coming next. And this whole move down that we're seeing right now is to confirm that ETH did in fact bottom out at 2157. You know, so we hit a bottom there, you know, created a new low, then we had an upthrust. That upthrust became a wave one for us. So we're inside this golden pocket right over here. Right, and I think what most individuals are looking for, they're looking for like a snipe entry. That's where I would start respecting the fib levels. When you're inside this golden pocket, it's more risky for you to take a position. It is a strong area, hence it's called a golden pocket for a reason. Price action will come into it. But if it decides to flush and comes down deeper, you know, into these levels over here, then, you know, that's the levels that we need to look at. 618 is a strong fib. Obviously, the 0.5 is getting violated. So I'm going to be taking this off here soon. That felt like inducement. We did reject off of the New York open low here in this area. Didn't have much of a retest, a small little retest into it. We can see it here on a 5-minute. That was basically this candle right over here. And now we're printing a 9 on a 5-minute. So we have an impulse coming here relatively soon. I would anticipate that impulse to bring us down to these lower levels. So now it's just kind of waiting, guys. That's all it is. It's just waiting. Let's look at this 5. Let's look at a 3-minute here. All right. We got an 8 that's coming down here now on a cooldown. I want to see what this 8 gives us. I cleared a lot of imbalances so far here in this area. I still, I have, actually a lot of these are already cleared. So I want to see what this 9 gives us. What this 8 gives us. All right. I'm going to take a stab at that. That's what I'm going to do. 1.01% is what I'm going to do for a stop loss on that. It is risky. It is risky. Just giving you a heads up, but I just took that. Right, because it's still inside this pocket. I still have a 9 that can print even lower than this, so that's why I'm mentioning to you that it's risky in that regard. I'm just gonna take small positions, nothing crazy, nothing big. Small margins, like $30 margins, $40 margins. Now let's see if that can hold. Well, how much time do I have left in this 55? I have 35 minutes left in that. Okay, so I have some time left on that. I'm basically playing the 55-minute candle and looking at the 3-minute, seeing if I can get a nice little bounce over here. So this was a resistance area before. This is where we accumulated, and this is where we pushed higher inside this zone. I need more screen real estate just to look at that, observe that a little bit more. Right, so this was, obviously we pushed through it. There was some resistance here in this area, a little bit of resistance, came back down, and then we pushed through it. So now we got an impulse brewing here now. Let's see what this impulse gives us. I would definitely still be looking along the impulse as well. I think that gets us to 2242 inside that area that we're looking for. There it is. This little impulse right here. Just front running our area just by a smidge, 2252. Let's look at that 55 real quick. All right. We're still inside this golden pocket over here. And if the only other alternative is this entire move that we just saw up was a dead cat bounce, and this flushes harder. So this is why I'm keeping the short right now, just letting the short maintain itself. It allows me to build into position. Uh, 4 hour has a shave bottom. Yeah, I know, it's this one right over here. Yep. Yep. So like I said, they are risky taking them here in this area. I know that. I'm well aware of that. The thesis behind it is, we're inside of a golden pocket, so it's difficult to pinpoint where that's going to be. Small little push up. No real buy signal flashed here just yet. That's really what it's about. I mean, you got to take some of those risky moves, if you will. Now, if we get a push up from here, what I'm looking at is I want to see this get broken. The 55, the 5-minute low. You want to see a push back into this area and then clearing all of this imbalance. That's really what you're looking for. I feel like that was a shaved bottom. Let me just double check that real quick. No, it's not a shaved bottom. I have it on. Okay, man, that's pretty thin. Only a couple pennies. Yeah, I would skim if you did long that area. I would just skim enough just to cover fees, if you will. You know, you can take 25%, 50%. You can scalp the whole thing. That's really your choice. That's what I did just now. I just took a little bit of profit off of that one little move. So it's all about compounding. I'm not okay. So it's just about compounding when we have moves like these. There we go. Looks decent. So strong bullish engulfing on a 3-minute. We do have some candle cooling down here in this area. 1, 2, 3, 4 needs to climb above here, needs to close above here. But the next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it just needs to close above here. So most likely we come back and retest this. So what is that, 2260? Anybody long that with me? Yeah, you can move your stops to break even. If you took a little bit of profit, you can move into break even. But you got to have the right mentality for that, right? Like if you run to break even and it stops you out and then moves back up again, you know, you don't want to kick yourself. But the smart thing to do would be to move it to a break even. Entry was right on this line right over here. 2253. So 1.01% is usually like roughly around like 33 pips. Right? Change in price action, like $30 in price action. 2.01% is like a $60 change in price action. So if price action went to like 22.30 or something like that, it would stop out at a 1.01%. We took small little entries here around 22.52 because we're inside of that golden pocket. All right, so we're inside of that pocket here now, just shy of the 618 level, just shy of that area. So we took some small entries under the thesis of, you know, price action is violating the 0.5, maybe it front runs the 618. So everything inside here is going to be golden pocket. So we're coming over down to a 3-minute and looking at the 3 minutes for execution. And so we had an impulse on for a TD9 sequential. We had a 9 that printed a 9 here. Obviously, I have a strong impulse here. We're coming back and trying to retest this zone inside this area. And so now we want to see that this can maintain itself and it can move back into these areas. This looks like a whipsaw. This looks like what's developing right now is a whipsaw. And so we have a setup phase now that's developing. It just entered into a bullish setup phase. That was quite easy for it, though, to be quite honest. It had to retest this area. So let's go 4 back now. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Now the setup phase changes to here. If it decides to come back down and retest 2256, that would give us a higher low. That would be on this current candle session. If this current candle session were to come down to that, and that's on a 3-minute. GG Sniper, appreciate you taking that long. So just on the local higher high per se, if you will, I still think that 2256 level gets tested here because 55-minute looks like it's a whipsaw. So it's basically trying to take out both sides. That's what's up, Serge. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, it does. They move in contrast with each other. One thing we haven't looked at, let's look at USDT real quick. This is our monthly, just quick overview. We tapped into that 0.76 fib level. All right, wave 1, and then I got a 2 here. So, you know, 2 can come all the way down to here. So you want to see that this area can definitely hold, which is 22.27. Let's look at USDT here. Yeah, USDT just kind of hanging out inside this fair value gap. That's all this zone right over here. So it's clearing some imbalance inside this area. So let's move this up and kind of show like what it's cleared though so far. That's really what it has left. If it decides to run back to this area, then we have a potential double top for USDT, and then we have a potential double bottom for ETH. So just a heads up on that. I don't know why I have this here. I don't need that. And this was broken out of. Don't need that any longer. Right, so quick scalps on these guys, just quick scalps in and out, in and out, in and out. You guys know the drill. You guys give me a second and step away for 2 seconds. Still gonna be looking at the charts, but just give me 2 minutes. Oy. All right, I'm back. And yep, came right to that level that we were just talking about. All right, so now 4 back for this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously, this is not difficult for it to change the setup phase into a bullish setup phase. So I'd be careful here to see if it's going to sweep this area right over here. It's going to sweep that low. So that was just a quick scalp that you're able to take. If you took profits where I showed you to take profits and then you move to break even, then you're good. You're sitting in profits. A higher low on that one. How much time we have left in this 55? Okay. So as these levels get violated, I kind of remove them and then I start eyeballing, what's my next fib level going to be? We didn't come to 618, and sometimes, price action just won't go to your fib level. You gotta keep this in mind when you're working with fib levels. Fib levels are going to give you a general area. They are not absolute. So just keep that in mind when you're trading utilizing fib levels. I want to make sure that that's measured correctly. Okay. All right, lock that down. I moved my short to break even, just as an FYI. I'm perfectly okay with it running back to entry. It's not necessarily price action that I'm looking for. It's not necessarily a target price that I'm looking for to TP. I'm looking at the price action. I'm looking at the wicks, and then I'm utilizing TD9 sequentials with that. What levels that it's going to retest from a TD9 sequential to change the setup phase. When I start seeing pressure like this on a 55-minute, it's a quick little scalp. Boom, boom. A small move like that, we've already done, roughly around like $40 in profit on that. And if you guys recall from a couple weeks ago, we were doing a 100 to 1K challenge, and that's kind of what I was illustrating to you guys. Like on these scalps, you can, take within 5 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, make $40 profit. Boom, look for the next move. Do that, roughly, 10 times a day, then you're pretty good. You're solid. I'm not looking for longs on hype right now. I have an alarm set for hype. So I'll just wait for that alarm to go off. Actually, let me double check, make sure it didn't go up and I just ignored it. Soul went off. Ah, damn, I missed my soul one. Son of a gun. I'm inside the box. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so I'm looking at soul here. I want to see if soul can maintain these. I want to drill down on that a little bit more for soul. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it like that. If you're longing soul, like this is the zone where you start building your long, in my opinion. Yeah, that alarm went off like 20 minutes ago for soul. Mm. Uh, Corn's fighting for its life right there. Again, taking small little profits off the move. Let's come back over to a 3-minute here. See, now we're getting some type of resistance that sits inside this area. I have a feeling there's an order block that's developing here. Oh, there's not. Interesting. No, there's not. Okay. So it sits really right over here inside this area. So let's see what happens here at this order block, if we can get to that order block, which is 2297. Let me do it again. Hold on. Sorry, guys. And see if that acts as a point of liquidity or if it's a, close and take profit area. What was our New York open low again? Yeah, that's right inside there. Interesting. I mean, that looks like a hammer, but it could be a bearish continuation. So not married to any positions here. I think the better swings are going to come from those lower levels that we're looking at. You know, these areas right over here, down even to here. I think the better moves come from that level, come from those levels. These moves are just going to be quick little scalps. Um, what if you long on my alarm for hype? I have a short for hype. You got a shooting star that's developing here on a daily. Nice move, ETH. Look at that. It's going for that order block. It's inside that order block. Let's go look at that 5-minute real quick. That's definitely son of a gun. Wrong one. That's definitely take some profit area. So please don't be shy. Let's go. Let's go. Run it back. It's going to clear that 7. It's going to clear that 789. Let's go. I'll take it. That was a quick hundo right there. Yep. So now what we need to see here is we need to see, I'm gonna go to one screen, guys, just because I need the real estate. I'll go back to the other coins here in a second. The main coins that I'm actually entered into, which is ETH right now. Right, we need to break above this area and claim it, if that makes any sense. Right, so because we have the 789 on a 5-minute here, we basically just retested New York open high in that area. So if this candle can close above it, then you're good. But I 100% took some profits on that move up. I 100% took some profits on that move. I set my stop loss to break even. I still have the short running, so the short is from 2383, which there's another 9 failure over here. So that's why I'm okay with it being stopped out. I've already taken my profits on my short. Let's go, ETH. Good move. Good move. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Put some W's in the chat if you guys took that long position with me. I told you it was going to be risky, but that's the name of the game. This is why TD9 sequential is so powerful when you're doing candle analysis. First target, I feel like I'm repeating myself today. First target is clearing this TD9 over here. Second target would be clearing this next target. We have higher targets for swing perspectives. I started longing at 2176, and all these moves that you see here now are just adds to my position. So the adds to my position, I'm just scalping those out and still maintaining the larger position. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. God and profits. That's what's up. GG on you, bro. Love you too, bro. Love you too. All right, for this setup phase to change, let's just say we get one of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. It basically brings us right back. Let me take off the heat map real quick. So I just want to make sure I'm accurate on that. Yeah, okay, I am accurate on that. Okay. We basically would need to come back to this area. So I wouldn't be surprised if we came back and revisited the area. We have a higher low. I think the 55-minute is, it'll be done here in the next 3 minutes or so, but that is a whipsaw, my friends. That is a whipsaw. So they're pushing out both sides, you know, early morning New York shorters, you know, people that were shorting this line right over here, they're pushing them out. Early morning people that were trying to long this area, this retracement back down, they just pushed them and flushed them out. You have an imbalance on a 3-minute. Right here, you got a shaved head that sits over here. Come on, ETH, can you do it? Can you do it? You're welcome, you're welcome. Target for swing long? Sure. So we have two patterns. I'll go to a 987 first. This is the butterfly that I'm working with. First TP is going to be 26.21. Second TP 27.75. Then where you see these blue lines, 34.03. Then we have a fair value gap that sits right over here. And then we have a 9 failure. So 42.52. We go to a weekly. I'm looking at an inverse head and shoulders here. And I want to see that this imbalance gets cleared. So 2409 is a key area. I do have a short that sits around 2409, but I'm kind of hesitant to see if I'm going to have to remove that, to be honest with you. Because if we did get a wave 2 here in this area, then this short's not going to make any sense. So short term, you know, 27.78, that takes us to where the butterfly levels are at, or wave B. And the butterfly, remember, the butterfly sits right over here on 987. See, this is wave B, the do or don't level. So if we get acceptance, then I'm looking at the higher targets. If we start getting a breakdown, most likely we come right back down to these areas.
Guess what? Guess what?
Bro, if you missed the long, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. You know, just go into the corner. You can see some of my ideas inside my corner. It's under Saint Dust. You'll see that channel there. I'm pretty transparent, pretty thorough in the sense of placing all my ideas in there. And then I believe majority of people that are, you know, watching here with me live, I mean, they saw what levels I was looking to long at. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, so we got a new 55-minute coming up here now. Uh, 6 seconds, so I anticipate some effery on this next candle. I really do. Did print a buy signal though. but that I don't like that DMI, and it's 50-50 from an imbalance perspective. RSI is still sitting inside of bearish territory. Really need to break above that baseline, and this ADX needs to come on down. It needs to do something like this. Come on down. So not fully trusting it. This is why I'm treating them like a scalp in the event that I do come down lower. And I'll be ready for it. I'll be like, all right, let's go. I mean, we're long from this area right over here. Majority of us, what, 2252, 2255, somewhere in that area, 2260s. We've taken profit on this move thus so far. It's a new 55 minutes, so fully anticipate this move. We have a gap that sits here inside this area. Broke through that order block. It didn't inverse it though. And no blocks developed here on the bottom. Let's take a look at one more thing here. So break a structure down here to the downside. No change of character yet. Yep, still remains a scalp for me in that regard. Still holding on to the short. Didn't get rid of the short. If I get a lower low, then yeah, I would long it. But like, this is not an area, like I wouldn't long it right here in the middle, because we violated. This blue box was an order block. We violated, but then we got a throwdown right underneath it, and now we're going to start rejecting it. So what appears to me is that people that were shorting here with heavy leverage, they got stopped out. Then they got pushed down. We had an imbalance. It cleared that imbalance on that candle. Now it's just a matter of seeing if we're going to have continuation up. We need to see a change of character. Excuse me. What was this? Hype? Yeah, definitely want to be longing hype. For me, it's shorting hype. Not here, but you got a shooting star, so that next candle. So by tomorrow, I should have a short built on hype. It could come later today. Maybe it comes later today, but I'm definitely looking for a short on hype. Because I'm under the assumption that we come back and retest some of this area over here. We have some gaps that we need to fill inside this zone right over here. I think this would be an ideal area. Sol's running into some stagnation right now, but that looks like a consolidation, because you got sideways movement. So Sol will be kind of difficult to trade, or in the sense from a patience level perspective. River, man, I need a river to come here to the wave C. That would have been ideal, but maybe wave B is not done. This is not a trend line. It's irrelevant in that regard. So don't think that this is an area that I'd be longing. It just so happens to be falling onto that trend line. It could this week. Yeah, it could. It very well could. I feel like a major squeeze would come. You know, a lot of individuals, and you know, I don't disdain from that either. Like I would put myself as one of those same individuals. You know, from a monthly perspective, you know, we do have a fib level that sits right here at 1813. So a lot of individuals are looking at that level. Oh, you're not? Okay, well, I need to fix that. not going to sink that globally. And we have a fair value gap that sits right here, 1900s, and the bottom of that is 1856. I mean, a real aggressive move would be coming back into this area, rejecting off of where this low was. This low was, you know, 26, 23, 26, 17 inside that area. So rejecting off that area and then getting another push down to the downside. But I don't think long, you know, shorting here in this area, anticipating, you know, $1,800 move. We've collected a vast majority of all of the liquidity to the downside. I'll share that here with you guys now. If I can actually get to my screen, that'd be great. There we go. Right, so, you know, from an 8-hour perspective, we've collected a good chunk. We really have. I mean, we have a shelf that sits right here at 2156. And when we start looking at liquidity pockets, I mean, majority of this was cleared. If we were really going to be aiming for clusters, like this is the true cluster. 12-hour, yeah, see 3060, and there's a shelf that sits here at 3418. I mean, the next little pocket sits 1400s. That's the next little tiny pocket that we have here down to the downside, and that's from a daily. It's not giving me anything on weekly, which is weird. Well, I'll stick to an 8-hour. You know, this is today, went right into that pocket right over there, right over here. There's a small little pocket that sits there. $21.12 inside that area. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Yeah, but I mean, I move mine to break even. You know, in the event that we get a deeper flush, because we're on a new 55-minute here. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close above here, this level, to change the setup phase. It needs to close above here to change that, which there was an order block that sat right there. Hype looks sick. Hype, yeah, hype is gonna get. Hype should give a sell signal here in the days to come. I'm not touching it just yet. I want to get confirmation first. If you so happen to catch the top of that wick, then yeah, you're sitting in good profits for hype on a short. But I would want to short it into, you know, maybe somewhere inside of this area right over here. 24, possibly even 20, and then look for a long on that, because if I have a wave 2 that sits here, wave 3 is going to be bananas. And, you know, I'll be in price discovery, so I don't know if it's going to go to 90. Maybe it just gives me a little bit shorter than that. But if I'm going to get a true mathematical wave out of it. 1.618 to 2.618 would be the levels that I'm looking at. It's tough. They're flushing both sides. So you got a whipsaw here. And then there's what, 3 hours left in this session. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boy, it needs to climb above 2347 to change that settle phase. The next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Same area. Same area. So 2347 is going to be really important if we're going to move up. We do have breaker structures as well too on a higher time frame. We actually have several breaker structures. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 breaker structures on a 377. So, you know, if bears want lower, I would recommend taking a break. Collect some, let them collect some of that liquidity to the upside. Create a recovery, narrative, and then have an aggressive push down to the downside, you know, to 2260s, 2060s, 2089 inside that area. Yep, the short's there. The short is there to offset any of that stuff. So I'm good on both sides. I'm just spitballing here. I'm not saying that's what it is. You'd have to be sharper. Yeah, you'd be sharper. See, I'm trying to get to 2347 and see if that makes any sense. That's too large. Can't get anything out of that. There's also this way of looking at it. Maybe get a 3 drivers out of that. I can't get anything out of that. I got to go to a higher time frame. Nice break of structure too on the 13-minute. That looks good. Yeah, that's one way too, Saint. You can look at it that way, or actually you can go. Man, that would be huge though. That might be too big. I think that I'm putting some pivots. I know that looks crazy. I apologize. I'll play around with this. Meh. That's so wrong. Where's this idea from? I need to get rid of that idea. Hmm. I did that backwards. Sorry. What is up with my keyboard right now? Hmm. Too big. It's too big. So that's my bearish one. That's my bullish one, excuse me. That one I already know. I already have that one. 2824 for this internal structure. Hmm. That would be very what is 2824? Dang. Hold on. Right, so but that would be giving me my bullish. Where's my bearish going to come from, though? I think my bearish is going to come from way higher. That's the only way that I think that's the same thing I keep marking out, but that's the only thing that makes logical sense to me. Because patterns follow patterns. Oh my gosh. Small.
Guess what?
Possible. Yeah, that's possible. That's too sharp. And that fits in with the butterfly. Yeah, that fits in with the butterfly. Sorry. I'm charting. I was going down the rabbit hole. Oh, excuse me.
Guess what? Guess what?
We have a high chance that it just depends on how you look at it, really, man. You know, we had to have a sweep of that 26, 23 area. The better data lives on the higher time frames. I think I have a map that sits here. You know, it just depends if you're looking at it from a higher time frame perspective. You know, that's kind of what we're looking at, right? Where we range high inside this area, you know, kind of just sat inside this zone. And then this is essentially an equilibrium area where inside this equilibrium area is pretty deep, right? Gets all the way down to 1100s. Then you have obviously a strong demand that sits here. There's another demand that sits here. And, you know, this would obviously be capitulation. People just completely give up. But from a, you know, quote unquote bottom perspective, right? Let's look at a couple things here. We got to change a character when we hit that all-time high. We also got to change a character when we made a low of last year, of April of last year. So once I made this low, I had an up thrust. So once I had that up thrust and I made a new high, that tells me, okay, this is a wave one. Then, you know, a correction is standard. It's required, to be quite honest, if we're going to move higher. So if you're looking at it from a mathematical perspective and saying, okay, if I'm inside of a wave two, I'm inside of an equilibrium area here in this area, I never truly had to break a structure. Usually what follows from a change of characters, you have a pullback. So you have your change of character, then you have a pullback. How deep can that pullback go to? Multitude of different ways that you can look at that, depending on the time frame that you're looking at. For all intents and purposes for this example, we're looking at the fib levels. You know, we're measuring from this swing point high and this swing low. So everything inside of here is what we're measuring. So right now, ETH has retraced 76% from that high. That's a pretty aggressive retracement. If we're gonna go, you know, if we're gonna go higher, it's a healthy retracement. Can it retrace to 88%? Yes, it can. Is it still on the table? Yes, it is. What needs to change is the setup phase needs to change. And we are printing on 11 on the lead up phase. So it is very, very 50-50 in regards to if it can go higher. There's a lot that has to occur here. Volume obviously is one of them. The setup phase needs to change. So if I go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4, like ETH has to climb all the way up to this level right over here, the bottom of this candle, which is 38.64, just to change the setup phase. That would put us inside of a bearish setup phase. So very similar to what I was showing you on the 3 minutes, how we had a setup phase change, and then we marked out the previous 4 to say, okay, well, if it's going to flip that area, it's most likely going to come and retest that zone before it's going to make any significant move. In this example here, if ETH decides to say, you know what, hold my beer, and I'm going to push all the way up, I'm going to push past 2600, 2700, I'm going to completely obliterate the 3000 levels, and I'm going to go all the way up to like 3800s, this is what it would be retesting from a setup phase perspective. And it could very well tap into that zone and then just drop down. Then that tells us this. Then that tells us that we have, I think I actually have that marked off. Let me find it. Hold on. Okay, it's not on this chart. I have it here on this monthly. I know it's over here. Which I should sync globally. Here it is. Which I'm going to sync that globally just so we have it. All right. So let me make some adjustments to this. Kind of move this over. Actually, I would move that further down. And move this like that. That's what it would look like. I need to tweak that. That's incorrect. And that would confirm you're inside of a bear market. Let's say you get a retest into 4,000s, or even 4,400 for that matter. You still have a lower high, and then you just start catapulting down into 1800s. Massive short squeeze into that area, and then you push all the way back down. Because I was looking at another idea for that. Well, not necessarily another idea, but just another alternative looking at it. Because you can see this on a weekly, right? You can go from here to here to here, and then that's your C. That would be your subwave. So for me personally, without a doubt, I feel like, 2600 is definitely on the tables. 2900s is definitely on the tables. I think once we get into the 3600 bracket, all the way up to like roughly around 4,000, it's a real decision maker if in fact we are done. And so if you've been following me for some time, I don't stick to just one narrative. I always have an if this, then that type of scenario, because nobody's going to be 100% right on this. I lean more towards saying, okay, this looks like a bottom that can perform, and being a pattern trader, I'll show you here. It's a little bit less messy. Get rid of that for right now. And just keeping it overall clean and simple. Where's this from? Where's this hailing from? Oh, I don't need you right now. That's what I'm looking at. To give me confirmation that this pattern sticks, I would need to reclaim 3908 inside that area. Because you need to have a V shape, right? A V shape. Right now we're forming a shoulder. So if we get a V shape, then the probabilities that we're going higher, that we've bottomed out and things of that nature start to come into the picture a little bit more. And that breakout is going to be ridiculous. I know. It's like, yo, are you serious? I'm like, I don't know. But from a measured move perspective, that's what that looks like. You're measuring from the head to the neckline, and where that breakout's going to be, that's going to be your measured move. If that's the case. And it would make all this time that we have been sitting in ETH in this consolidation for like 4 freaking years so worth it. So worth it. I posted a meme from Twitter inside of our chat yesterday You can take a look at it. It's inside the war room, but that would literally be me, just crying with joy, like, you know, being relentless, staying with it, being wrong, being right, being wrong, being right. It would all work out. But it's just a long way of kind of answering your question. Like, did we bottom? Well, it just depends on your outlook. If you have a bullish narrative for it, you're looking at liquidity. We've collected a majority of the liquidity. If we're going to move down lower, it would make more sense to collect liquidity to the upside first, and then we can really start making our decisions in that regard. I have 26 as of right now going on lower levels. I got 2409. That's on the table. I want to see if 2409 can be broken, clear that imbalance, and we can continue to move up higher. If we just clear that imbalance at 2409 and then start pushing down, it's probably going to try to sweep the 2157 area. This shoulder can still pan out all the way down to 2060, 2089 areas. So you could still get a shoulder out of that. So if we sweep that area, the narrative doesn't change in the sense of, are we going to be moving back up? It just means that we have a cheaper discount, roughly like $100 differential from where that previous low was at. But 2409 is going to be that first area that I'm looking at, saying, okay, can we break that area and then have continuation up? The next level I'm looking at is 2621, 2623. That was a previous low that we had, which sits right over here. It's this level right here, this zone. So if we can reclaim that, which was a previous support area, it was a support area for almost 3 months. We violated it. We had higher lows, moved a little bit higher. Then we completely, most people that were longing this area, looking for a double bottom or what have you, that's why you see such a massive down thrust on it. And I'm okay with ETH coming right back down again. I'm going to look for the long opportunities here. I shorted where I needed to short just as a hedge protection for me. This was something that we did yesterday. If it goes to 2060, then it goes to 2060. I'm positioned for that, but I'm going to be looking for the longs to go heavier on the longs once we get into those key levels. Had decent little scalps here so far, which panned out for a lot of us. But just going right back to the liquidity that I was mentioning earlier, like, we've collected a good chunk of it thus so far. A good chunk of it. Like, majority of the liquidity sits right over here inside of this area, which puts us in that 3600 area that I was showing you for an ABC correction, saying, okay, well, if we get to that level of 618, that's like 3600. There's a good pocket that sits here, and it really starts here at 3476, 3700. One thing to take note is I actually have this on my weekly chart. I'm going to remove this because I don't need this right now, and I'm going to hide that monthly. I keep misplacing it. No, that's a different idea. Sorry. But I will hide this for right now. When we had our bear markets, the pretty extensive one that a lot of us remember, where we had like an 82% retracement down from an all-time high, we got to this 3600 area. At first it was a 50% retracement. Then we moved into 3500s. Then we came down. So all I'm pointing out is this area can still play as a significant area of resistance, because if we look, we're already to the left. Now, if we look right and we kind of follow this same trend, actually, I won't even do that. I'll just put this right on top like that. Like, we struggled with that area. We struggled with that area for a while. We finally broke it, made an all-time high. Then we came back to it, trying to flip it and then flush right through it. So for us to get back into that area and potentially get back into that zone and have another flush down to the downside is not outside of the question. Like, that's just been the narrative for bear markets. Can we go lower than 1900? Yeah, we can. I mean, what's an 82% retracement? You know, history doesn't have to repeat itself, but it can most definitely rhyme. So, you know, that's a 50, this is a 50% retracement, very similar to what we saw over here. That was like a 50% retracement. Right now we're sitting at 55% retracement. If we go the full distance, like what that had a roughly an 81, 82% retracement. That's what that looks like. That's what that looks like. And I feel like it would go even deeper than that, because when I looked at the entire structure of it, just using fib levels, a 0.236 fib level from the inception of ETH to the all-time high that we had last year, the 0.236 fib level sits like at 400 and some odd dollars. So there's a lot to take in. There's a lot to digest with that. I get that. I know that. So for me, this is why I work level to level. That's really how I operate. I won't stick to one narrative and just be a full on bear maxi or full on bull maxi, like, oh, we're going to all time highs now, we bottomed out, or oh, we're going to 400. I'm like, let me see what I get. Just play with what I can get. I'm not injecting $6 million margin positions to move that market, and I don't think anybody else in this chat is. If they are, then more power to you. But the point being is that people like to dog retail, but at the end of the day, like, we still fit inside of that narrative. We just have more of a hyper focus versus just buying anywhere, or buying tops, or selling on bottoms. Anyways, that's my soapbox. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, these bigger moves won't happen until PM session, which PM session won't start here for like another 45 minutes or so. But I feel like I just deleted something. I mean, to delete it. And see, we had an order block that sat right there. Filled some of this gap right over here. So this box is now going to get moved to here. I'm going to scoot you over like that, and I'm going to bring you down just like that. It's a thin box. It is. But you can see where there's resistance. We got a break of structure down here. And so I'm going to get rid of this line. We no longer need this. This was looking at a sequential from earlier. But then we can look at saying, okay, do we have a demand area that sits in this area? And I actually move this up a little bit just to catch that body and move this over. All right, so then this becomes your range. You long this area until it becomes invalidated. If you make a new low, then like, all right, cool. Then my stop loss is right beneath that low because I'm going to make a new low. And if you're shorting, you have a thin box for shorting. But if you get back into this area and you continue to reject off that zone, then this becomes your range. Perfect for scalps. Nah, I'd want higher levels, to be quite honest. For shorts. I'm still short already, just holding my short. But when you notice these things, when you're charting or you're putting setups together, like that's an easy way for you to just be profitable in a day. Say, okay, well, I'm probably not going to get a swing, but at least I can take some profits. I can make 100 here, maybe make 100 there, and then call it a day. Make sure it aligns with your daily goals. Just on this move between the short and the long, it's an easy 100. You got to be fast on taking profits, because if you didn't take profits, now you're sitting there like, gosh, dang, I'm about to get round tripped, and I was sitting on $80 in profits, $70 in profits, and I didn't take it. That, my friend, is fear, and that is a combination with greed. There will always, always, always be a position that you can get into, always. And if you're into wasting your time, then hold on to it. But if you're not into wasting your time and you want to make your time fruitful, then you got to be vigilant with taking profits. And it's the same thing with stop losses too. Like if it invalidates, if it goes beyond a level, just cut it. I see too often individuals just holding and 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 holding. Unless you like deep diving, there's no sense in sitting underwater for that long waiting for it. It's just a bad play. Just accept it. It's a bad play. It's a bad entry. It doesn't mean that your bias is going to be wrong. It just means you have a bad entry. The only time it would make sense if you're holding on to something that long is if you're hedged. You're like, yeah, I'm sitting underwater, but I'm also sitting in profits from the opposite direction. So I can stomach that a little bit longer. Let's look at 55 real quick. Yeah, see, they're whipsawing the heck out of people. And it's still 50-50 on a 55. I'm gonna go to an 89. Do like an 89 minute. Jeez, did that just start? No buy signal yet. Yeah, it's probably gonna flush. That looks like it wants to flush. All right, so let's be ready for that. Can you flush us into this box, please? Let's move this over. I'm still holding the long. Don't get me wrong. I still have the long. I scalped a majority of the profits out of it already. So I would look to see if I can get into this blue box, and if I can maintain this blue box. If I can maintain that blue box, then I'm good. That feels like inducement. There wasn't a shaved bottom here, but there wasn't enough liquidity, so that explains that wick right there. Soul's inside the box again. Let's take a look at Soul. Soul's in that box over there. Okay. River's just not even doing anything. Now we got a 9 brewing here on a 3-minute. Just be careful for that thrust. Inside that blue box. Tapped right into it. So we got a little bit of demand brewing on that. That's what's up. If you longed it, I'll say a prayer for you. And if you go beneath this blue box, then that's your invalidation, just as an FYI. Got a higher low on a 3-minute. You need to see that this holds. Or if it's going to sweep that low. It swept it. That's interesting. Index swept it, but Bitonix didn't. That's very interesting. That's what's up. Okay. Bitonix didn't sweep it. I'll take it. Do I have a double bottom? Or did it sweep it? It looks like a double bottom. So you got a demand box that sits right there. There's your demand box. Don't need that. That's your demand box. Yeah, same limits. Just scalping this little range right here, guys. Just scalping this range. Still long on mine. Still long on mine. Yeah, I'm surprised that order block hasn't developed there yet. Let's go look at CoinGlass here. Hold on, let me do something. Not CoinGlass, tape surf, excuse me. $22.50. What did I come to? Yeah, so there's a block that's developing there at $22.50 inside that zone. There's another block at 2200. But there's orders that are littered through here. You just got to be careful with that. That might get ran through. Because if I can see that, then you know, some institutional whale is going to be stepping in there saying, yep, we're going to short support. And what's our level? 2248. What's underneath that? Right there, what is that? 2246. Just be sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. All of the support definitely helps. It's definitely appreciated. Yeah, this looks like it wants a sweep. So just be careful. Don't read long this. That looks like it's gonna sweep. Yeah, we don't have any buy signals yet. That DMI is pretty aggressive. That's gonna sweep. Tapped right into the 618 level. Let's see if that holds.
Guess what? Guess what?
That 2250 block is what was just pushed and ran through. I have a long here in this area.
Guess what?
Let me see if I can scalp that. Sol's gonna push down here in a second. Good, decent long on that so far. Good long. You guys are long on these, you know, you post your wins inside the corner. Omar, I appreciate you here, brother. My stop loss will always be 1.01% on these scalps. It'll always be that. So we got to break a structure on a 3-minute here. We got a cool down. We tapped into a 55 fib level for a subwave. So now we want to see this hold. I took some profits off of the short. The long is going right now. If you want to get a little bit more aggressive with your stop loss, you can set your stop loss just below that wick low. So just scalping it.
Guess what? Guess what?
Yep. Just scalping it. That becomes your new demand. That's what needs to hold. I relonged it, just an FYI. This is what I'm drilling down on. That's what I'm doing. When I start seeing these breaker structures, that's what I look for. You got a nice cooldown on a 3-minute. Buy signal didn't print just yet. We come in and maybe flirt with this area a little bit more.
Guess what?
Alarms are going off on 55-minute. That's for this level right here to 2248. So it's pushing out heavy stop losses. People that long this area, that's why you see this wick inside this zone. So it's just pushing them out. Let's get a fib zone on this real quick. Let's get some time frames. The PM session started. PM session hasn't even begun yet. That's crazy. Bigger moves here in this area. Okay, let's scoot you over. Let's move you over. Let's change the side of that. There we go. Let's see what we get.
Guess what? Guess
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something here. B and C, okay. That deeper level puts us at 2213. Interesting. Okay. Continued. I'm just going to continue to scalp it. It's easy moves. $20 here, $20 there, $40 here, $40 there.
Guess what? Guess what?
And the point of the stop losses is so that way you can stay in the game. You can get back in the game. You can get a better entry. But it's a means of protecting your capital. And always remember, your most profitable days are going to come on Tuesday, Wednesdays, sometimes Thursdays, but Tuesdays and Wednesdays are your most profitable days. Perfect world would be hitting 2400. That would be a perfect world. Good little move so far. Decent. Say decent. See if it holds that. See if we get a scallop out of that. Is that a shape bottom? Oh, I hope it's not. Okay, no, there's no shape bottom there. Okay, good. And you can scalp it, take those profits, wait for a lower, re-enter on lower, and those profits that you scalped allow you to have a larger margin with a better entry.
Guess what?
It's a way of, it's like a hybrid way of like being a swing trader, right? Like you're going to scalp into a swing, not take a scalp and then turn it into a swing. Is that you're scalping into your swing positions. So those little tiny bounces, in, out, 20% ROI, 30% ROI, 50% ROI, whatever the case may be, in, out, in, out, in, out. You gotta just look at the wicks, man. Just look at the wicks. Make your assessment based on these wicks. You start seeing these wicks, you start seeing price action starts coming back down again, take a little bit of profit off of there, right? So you have a little bit of resistance that's occurring here on a 1 minute right here. Boop. Take a little bit off. There's no harm in that. Now I just broke it. Now you need to see if it's going to retest it and move higher. Right where you see my crosshairs. I mean, this move in itself right here, this is on a lower time frame. This is somewhat bullish. You know, bulls try to push the price up, bears try to push it down, but you see that we don't have any wicks. They couldn't push the price down further here in this area. So either they need more momentum, they need to move a little bit higher up to collect enough juice, then to flush it down. Just a quick little maintenance. Be sure that you guys are sitting on VIP 3 for the campaign. The campaign has already begun. It's $200 bonuses, deposit bonuses that you will receive. You also receive discounts off of your trading fees altogether. So if you do not see VIP 3 on your platform on Bytunix, shoot me your UID and let's get it squared away. We have direct relationship with Bytunix. As a matter of fact, they're actually inside of our server. So I can go directly to them and say, hey, you know, this person's running into this issue, and it's typically resolved within a couple hours. We've already had a couple people that their VIP status was not reflecting. I just put in a couple messages and then it was taken care of within, I think, maybe like an hour, 2 hours, even into late night. So it's one of the benefits of one being inside of the server, but also one of the benefits trading off of the campaign or the referral link.
Guess what? Guess what?
What's up, Solar? You see 2000 today? Yeah, quite possible. Everything's possible. Everything is possible. Remember, we have the giveaway tomorrow, the $100 giveaway. I already have it prepped in Grok to choose the winner. The entries have already closed. They closed on Sunday, but tomorrow is when we're going to be doing the giveaway. So make sure you catch that. I'll try to do that in the beginning of the stream, so that way we can get that taken care of. And just kind of floating around inside this box right now. Let's look at that 1 minute again. And see if bears have enough juice here to flush it. Don't get away. Flushing. Yep. They flushed it just now. Another break of structure. Look at 55. I went to a 666 level. I gosh, can't stand that number, but you get what I'm looking at. So see, now the scalp turns into where you can get it, like I was saying earlier, you can get a better entry. Continue to scalp it. If you long that area, you know, we're at some significant strong fib levels. Can it go deeper? Yes, it can. That's why you just have to be vigilant. I still have limits that sit at 22.13, just as an FYI. From my research, utilizing fibs, you know, I have some funky fib levels that I've kind of charted over the years. It's the full fib. There we go. I'm just using this as an example to show you. So you have like 702, kind of funky, 0.33, 0.66. Typically, I see wicks that come into those levels. So as you saw, what I did on the wave 2 is I added the 0.66, and that's really where we bounced from. So wicks that go into those zones. I believe these fib levels are inside Discord. If they're not, I'll go ahead and add them now for you guys. You know, when you see the 1.13, 1.4, what have you, these are going to be your extension fibs. So if I'm looking for an extension up to the upside, you know, let's say it breaks 88 and it goes to the high side, then I'm going to go into extension levels. And then you could always reverse it. So if you're looking for an extension down to the bottom, saying, okay, if it blows past 88, what are my extension levels? Which typically I use for like wave C's when I'm measuring from the origins to wave A. You usually have your extension levels of where wave C is typically going to go. So that's where your extension levels are going to be. I'll go ahead and do a screen grab for this, and I'll label this full fib. And I'll drop it inside of our server so that we have it. You'll find this inside the VIP section if you are looking for it. If you don't have VIP status inside of our corner, then let me know. If I can actually find it, that'd be great. Here we go. I just dropped it inside. If you go to the training grounds and you look under the forums, it's under fib levels. You'll see it there. I'll add more to that, more description. But obviously, I'm live trading, so I'm not going to write on it. But I did post those in there for you. So what you can do is just create a template. That's kind of what I do for all my fibs. You know, I have templates already designed for them, so I can just grab them and then put them on the chart wherever I need to, whatever I'm measuring. Short is still running. Short is like 388% ROI right now. $22.37. That seems to be the area. I'm gonna take a stab at that. Let's see if we can hold this fib. I'm gonna adjust this box. Oh, it's already adjusted. Okay. Why do I have two? Do I have two boxes there? Why does it look larger? Let me make sure. Oh yeah, that one just looks larger on the 55-minute. Okay. So that 2250 block that we were looking at earlier, those guys got pushed out. They have another block that sits at 2200, and there's a short block here at 2245. Wow. There's a short block at 2245. Yep, they just got entered. Yeah, you have shorts that are developing right over here. I'm not. I'm not. I'm still holding my short from 2383. Yeah, it could come Wednesday. Could definitely come Wednesday. And we just continue to see flushes going into Asia. PM session here starts in the next 6 minutes. So we'll measure out that session, see what occurs. Most big trades are typically done like around 11:30. Most, not all, but most. You could get some institutional money that wants to step in and you know, start longing or shorting depending on that session. So we'll see. We're shorting, we're getting push downs into that session. You guys are doing good volume today. GG's on that. You guys that are participating in the campaign, GG's on that. Proud of you guys. Proud of you guys. Yeah, buddy. I longed from 2176. I have had add backs to my long on these levels, and then I've scalped out those positions, and then I've had more add backs. Bird, shoot me. Go to the VIP access section. You're gonna see a form that's there. Just complete that form for me, please. Where it has your UID, and I can track your UID, and then I'll reach out to Bytenix for us here. I'll do it during stream, so they can get that taken care of. And then I'll make sure that you have VIP access inside the server as well too. Inside of our server, we have a VIP section where you have access to a lot of this educational content that I kind of go over and discuss, from like TD9 sequentials to fib levels to L8 waves, price action, things of that nature. So if you already deposit through the referral link, you don't have VIP 3, let me know, send me your UID. If you still don't see VIP inside the server, then also shoot me a DM so I can make sure that your role is updated as well inside the server. Waiting for 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, Sniper, you should have already been on there. You're on the list, so I'm gonna make a note of that right now. Let me write that down so I don't forget. But obviously, you guys know I got a lot going on in the sense between the server, running the trades, and all that stuff. So don't feel bad if you want to shoot me a DM. That would help me out too. I'm writing it down myself, but if you want to just shoot me a DM, fix VIP 3. Who else was on there? Bird. I don't know your Discord handle, but like I said, if you just fill out the form or shoot me a DM with your UID, I'll get it squared away for us. Let me just wait for this move, because maybe I can do it on here on how to get to that. Go to here. I'll share the link with you. I'll just put it inside here, the VIP access form. That's the VIP access channel, and then you'll see VIP form. Just click on that. That's a link. Fill out the form, and then I'll be able to capture the UID, and then I can send that over to them. I try to keep things organized, right? Not just me like scrolling through DMs and looking for who has it, who doesn't have it. I try to organize everything so that way everything's structured for us. I got you. Okay, you already filled out the form then. Ooze, is this you? Are you Bird here? I don't know. Do you have two different handles? I'll DM you. Okay. Bet. I got you. I got you. Sniper, I think I have yours. Yeah, I already have yours as well too. I'm gonna send it to him right now. Oh, so he just confirmed with me. He says it'll take 3 days before it activates. That's what it is. So he just confirmed with me. How's that possible? Because other people already got. Um. Okay, yeah. So they do that to protect people from just depositing to get the bonus or VAP and then running away. So that's the reason why they do that. Okay. It was okay. You're a 144. One four four. Is that you? Yep, you're on there. Okay, good. I feel like there's people missing on here. That's okay. I'm not gonna sweat it. Bird, I just DM'd you, so you know what's up. So it'll activate probably by Thursday, Friday. I hope that helps. You're stuck in the long from 2954. Wait, you mean 2254, right? From Bytenix account. Good question, Danny. No. If you do an internal transfer from Bytenix to Bytenix, it doesn't count as a deposit. I learned that myself the hard way because I transferred my funds over from my other Bytenix account, and it didn't count as a deposit. So I had to go into my wallet and then do a true deposit into the new Bytenix account to count as a deposit. And you should have cut the 2254, brother. It's okay. But once we had that sweep right in this area, you should have cut it and looked for a better entry. Yeah, you don't have do another deposit, but you don't have to make another Bytenix account. Just do another deposit. So getting a little bit more aggressive here on ETH on these moves down. Violated that box, so that box is done. Now we're getting into that 2213 handle, approaching that one. So limits should be filled here relatively soon. I blew past this box, so I'm going to remove that box and no longer need that. Into 13, here we come. Come on, a little bit lower. A little bit lower for us.
Guess what?
Tapped right into that green box.
Guess what?
This is one area that we were looking at. We had some liquidity pockets that were sitting inside that zone. I stripped a good portion of my short as I'm entering into this box right over here. Right over here. There's a liquidity pockets that sat right over here in this area. See, we just tapped into the first one. The second one's right over here. I looked at USDT earlier today. I'll take another look at it now. Yeah, just farting around in that area. That's from a weekly. Let's look at daily. Yeah, we need to start seeing signs of weak. If we can get signs of weakness over here for USDT, then ETH has a good potential of recovering. But if that thing climbs and breaks another high, then ETH is going in the toilet. It's going to invalidate our 55 wave count. I'm observing what's happening here inside this box. That's really what I'm looking for. We had good scalps. Now we're just waiting. All right, 12 p.m. session already began. I missed that marking of that, but I'll do it here now. This was it. Man, it's still a tiny range. Whee! That's tiny. That's super tiny. They gotta take that. They gotta take that. Yeah, so if you're looking for a safer long, you'd want to see a reclaim of this line right here, and then a retest, and then it moves up. And if you're feeling ballsy, for lack of better terminology, then you're looking for the wicks on here into this green box. It is. Keep coming. Keep coming. This is what we want. I'm gonna start building inside this green box. Just a heads up. Yep. 22.19. Getting real close to that area. Yeah, time to start look for building DCing. I'm going to start DCing a little bit on that. I have a bigger order in that area. That's what I'm doing. Come on. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. I want to see at least a pull into this area. That's a very small range for a PM session. So I want to see a pull back into that area. I started building already, right at like 22.19. Still holding on to the short. I've taken a good chunk of profits out of it so far. Still just holding on to it. Massive dead cat bounce if this thing flushes all the way through. Go. Nice cooldown, nice break of structure. Try and get rid of these alarms. The last alarm sits right around 21.85. Need a flash of green right here. MFI is, geez, sinking hard. River, geez, River is still sitting there. That's crazy. Soul getting inside that zone right there. I'm waiting for this blue box to trigger for me for Soul. But it's very similar. Like if you want to start building inside that box, I wouldn't fault you for that. Yeah, Soul's on an impulse on a 55. River makes me kind of nervous. River hasn't done anything. It's a decent move. It's decent. Decent. Hype. Where did I have hype? Hype's right over here. Yeah, hype's probably gonna try to push back up over here. I think I have hype here on a daily. I mean, it looks like a pivot point though. So it's one thing I'd be observing: A, B, and then C, and then you get your D over here somewhere. There it is. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. One, two, three, four. So let's see if I can retest this area right over here. Color coordinate that orange just so I know what it is. Then the next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4, which would basically be the PM session open. Yeah. Relatively same range. This is on an impulse. That's good. You're on an impulse. Say less. Say less. Come on, ETH. Got another block that sits at 2242. It's that same block, 2242. There's a lot of orders that are sitting there short wise, which is right over here. Yeah, this block right here. Nothing above. And then down below, there's a block that sits right at 2200. And look, there's a ton sitting at 1800 too. Everyone's targeting that 1800. That's that monthly that I've been sharing with you guys. Just want to say I appreciate you guys being here. I do. All right. Who's 424? Put this inside my corner.
Guess what? Guess what?
Ouch. Um. I got some UIDs out there I need to get over for you guys. So I don't know whose UIDs those are, but I just put inside the announcements for you guys. There's 4 UIDs that I don't know if you guys are having VIP, but I believe you guys are under different referral links. I just need you guys to shoot me over a DM asking to have it transferred over, so I can make sure that your VIP status sticks. If I do in fact have a wave 2 for this, if this is my wave 2 and I'm confirmed on my wave 2, then my TP would be pretty aggressive. Looking at this 55-minute, just as an FYI, this is kind of where I'm at. Like these are our levels that we're looking at, right? Invalidation is sweeping that low, and then this setup becomes invalidated. But if these levels hold for wave 2, then my wave 3 would be somewhere around these levels, 27.27. My first TP would be 24.09. I would take some off the top off of that. Then my second TP is going to be right around like 26, 23, 26, 21. And then I'd have a more aggressive TP around like 27.27. And then I'd wait for the add backs for wave 4. 10-minute. I like that. Using some unique time frames. I like that. I like that. I like that. Look at you using unique ones. I appreciate that. Yeah, good call. Good eye on that one. Good eye. So it's just all a matter of, maintaining these areas. My 2213 level didn't get filled. In the event that I get front ran, this is why I had this box right over here. There was a liquidity area that's set inside the zone. And I believe we had a shaved bottom. I wonder if that shaved bottom got cleared. If it didn't get cleared, then... No, this is the shaved bottom that's concerning to me, to be honest with you. It's 2165. There was a 4-hour one, which was, I believe, right over here. How come that's not printing? Was it a 4-hour or was it a 1-hour? I think it was the 4-hour. It was on Bitonix. That's what it was. It was on Bitonix. Right? Yeah. I think it was Danny or somebody else, or Jeff. Somebody was mentioning this level. So that imbalance just got filled. So we have a higher time frame. We have a 4-hour time frame with, stronger data, an imbalance area. We do have a cooldown inside this zone. Caution to the wind. We are printing an 8 on the Lido phase. Typically, we want to see a 13. So we don't have confirmation that this trend has run into full exhaustion just yet, at least from a 4-hour perspective. But it doesn't negate, reasons why to start building in that area and then seeing the moves actually mature going into the later part of the week. Look at weekly real quick. You still have that imbalance that sits right above it. See? Open 2404.84, high 2404.84. So we still have an imbalance that sits above there. Whether that clears it this week or, going into next week, that's going to be an area where essentially price action is going to have like a magnet. And we saw the same thing just now on the 4-hour for Bitonix. Price had a magnet right here. That's too big. That's way too big. But you get the idea. Mm-hmm. 2100 low. Yeah, I mean, if we got into 2100, still fits within the shoulder thesis. What is 2100s? That puts us like right over here. Wanted to sweep that area. I see what you're calling for. I respect that. I mean, we could get all the way down to 2060 right over here and still fit within that shoulder, which if we look at it was a previous support area, then became resistance, then we punched through it. So, you know, this area, 2059, 2060, just rounding up, it still fits within the shoulder. And you already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to long it. I've already taken profits on my short. I've had a break even. So even if I get pushed out of this 2213 area, let's say I get a flush, it goes beyond 2157, the short will still print. So it allows me the opportunity to, you know, burn a position, but still make up for that burn with the short. Just a quick reminder, we are going to be doing a $1,000 giveaway once the channel reaches 1,000 subscribers. So if you're new here, be sure to be subscribing because you could be a part of that entry, that giveaway. I'll be making an announcement for that here in the next couple weeks, probably by next week, actually. I'm making an announcement for that. And I'll be posting it inside of the giveaway section for VIP. Actually, just reminding me, I need to update somebody on VIP. Bird, if you're still here, I just upgraded you in the server to VIP, so you should have access to those additional channels. Server looks good. We appreciate you guys. You guys got good energy in there. I love it. I don't have any thoughts on silver, to be quite honest with you. I wish I could help you with that one. Maybe when price action slows down a little bit, I can take a peek at it. As I'm building here, I want to manage this accordingly, so that way entries are filled correctly, and I can navigate this in the sense if I need to hold it or if I need to cut it. Didn't mean to do that. Come on, a little bit lower. Come get it. There you go. Son of a gun. Did you really just... This came to 2213.95. Come on. Pick it up. There you go. There we go. Tapped right into that level, 2213. Picked up for me. All right, picked it up on Bitonics for me. Hold steady. I'm gonna drill down on this on a 3-minute. This box gets violated. Bottom of that box. Next level is going to be this 2186, just as an FYI. So if I lose this box, I cut the long. And this is healthy. Come on. Lost the box. I'm out of that. I'm out of that. I'm going to wait for a little bit lower to come down. Now just wait. Now it's just waiting. Because this box got violated. So it collected all the liquidity in that area. The next level is going to be 2186. Nah, just my luck. It pushes me out and starts pulling back up. I'll go nuts. That would feel very personal. We'll probably print a green dot here in a second. And squeeze a little bit more. You got a little pocket that sits right here, 2190. So psychological level to maintain the 2200 levels. River. Let's take a look. Yeah, the river's got a 13 on that leadoff phase. So this is kind of giving us some relief that it's going to start bouncing inside this area. Cleared some of this fair value gap inside this zone. There we go, ETH. Come down a little bit lower. A little bit lower. And do some risky here. I'm gonna get onto the 2200s, seeing if we can defend those 2200s for ETH. I want to see 2203 defend itself. 2203 to 2190, which puts us right inside of this pocket right over here. There it is. Go. Defend it. Defend it. You gave me a shaved bottom though. If you gave me a shaved bottom, then that's a scalp. No, you know shaved bottom. Oh, there is a shaved bottom right there. Yeah, it's gotta sweep that. It's gotta sweep that at some point. Well, remain scalping. So now it just rejected the 2213 fib right over here. It rejected off of that. So when I see a rejection of a fib, what should have been support, it's now flipping what a support level was into resistance. That tells me that it has a little bit more juice to go down a little bit lower. That's why I'm targeting the 2190s, 2186 level for that next fib level. USDT blew right past its 9. Blew right past its 9. That thing still has juice inside of it, man. Short is printing. You know, that everybody that took the short yesterday with me, you guys should be in profits. I don't know if you guys closed it. I don't know where you're at. I did take profits on it. I took heavier profits on it as I got into that 2213 level. But I still got a runner running on that one. Somebody should come up with a coin called Runner. I wonder if that actually even exists. Oh, Render is the closest thing to it. You guys remember Render? I remember that 2 years ago. What is Render doing? And this thing got down to $1. Oh my gosh, this thing came down to 50 cents. Oh my gosh. And what was Render at one point? This is last year at 11. Imagine shorting that. Imagine if you shorted that. I haven't touched Render in almost 2 years, to be quite honest. Yeah, so you're getting into some resistance areas for USDT. I'm gonna go from that previous to this high right over here. I'm looking at that as resistance for USDT. If USDT can, if it breaks it and makes a new high, then obviously we're going to see ETH come down to, you know, beyond 2157. It's going to invalidate. But it still remains that on a 55-minute for this setup, it's still valid. You have an impulse and then you have a sharp retracement. So we're at sharp levels. 2213 is holding, had a little bit of a flush underneath it inside this area. So that's what I was saying earlier. The next session, if it holds at 2203 down to 2190 inside this area, I'd be looking for that. You just put it up for a short, so it should print. What are you shorting? Shorting ETH? Long looks decent. Long's fine. We did 140 in the stream today. At least I did 140 on the stream today with you guys. Just quick scalps. Took a couple scalps. Had a couple of positions get stopped out. Nothing major. $4 loss. I think my biggest loss today was like $17. Yeah, I'll be with you guys for about another 30 more minutes or so. About 38 more minutes. Try to run these Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday until about 1:30 or so. And then Thursdays and Fridays we will run a little bit later. We'll run to about 4:30. Hey, your short is paying out if you shorted that. Yeah, ETH does those things. ETH is fighting for its life right now. There it is. All right, get us into that 2190. This little box right over here. Come on, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Now you're holding on to that 2203, huh? This is what I'm looking for. A little bit lower. I'm going to attempt a little bit heavier on my long for 2190. It's defending 2200 blocks. Come on. I feel like we're getting into safe zones here. Let's go to a higher time frame. Yeah, so we got a pretty big cooldown on here with a break of structure. So all this area here, actually, I'll make this a little bit smaller. There. So all this area here becomes a demand area. It's pretty wide, don't get me wrong. 2208 down to 2157, especially if you're running high leverage. But you want to see that this area gets built and maintains itself. If that can maintain itself, then we're Gucci. And we can move into those higher levels. We can start targeting some of these liquidity pockets that sit above. You know, 2409 is still going to be an area of question as far as what occurs there in that area. And then we have the next level up, because if we can break through that 2400 and some change, then, you know, it's all open space here. I'm going to build a little bit right here at 2201. I'm going to build in this area. I'm going to build all the way down to 2186. So for me, it's DCAing in. Yeah. 2200. See what they can do with it. There's a 2190. There it is. A little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Just a reminder for any of you guys that are part of the Discord. If you're new here, Discord is at the top of this chat. Doors are open. We opened the doors last week. leave the doors open this week. If you're not part of the Discord, I discuss stuff like this basically every day, even off stream, giving setups, discussing different coins from River, USDT, Dusk, ETH, obviously, Bitcoin's in there as well too. We have a mix of different traders that are in there, some brand new traders, traders that are trying to learn, traders that have experience, but overall the culture is helping everybody out. So if that's that's an environment that you like to be in, that's our culture, that's the space to be in. There are certain channels that offer a little bit more benefit to you in the sense of VIP access. You have access to free content. There's tons and tons of books in there. I mean, like over 150 different books that you can just download, read them on your own accord. And then there's giveaways as well for the VIPs as well. There are bonuses for VIP if you're trading on Bytenix through our referral link, and we are running a campaign. Next week, we will start the 1K to 10K challenge. We're going to restart that one now that we're going to do it on this server. So just good stuff all around. There is mentorship that's offered in there as well too. And if you have interest in as far as any of the indicators that I've put together that I've designed, they are offered as well through the server as well. People getting without hedge. Yeah, this is why I hedge. I like that. Tapped right into this pocket right over here. I want to see if this pocket can maintain itself. The swing play from yesterday. Swing is still active. I'm still looking at the inverse head and shoulder. That hasn't changed. That narrative hasn't changed. We can still get all the way down to 2060, and the head and shoulders pattern would still be valid. It's when we get into those 1800s that the inverse head and shoulder becomes invalid. The wave count for the 55-minute on the lower time frame is still valid. We have to break through 2157 for invalidation. The butterfly still valid. So we have several bullish patterns and setups that remain valid until we break new lows. In a pretty big demand area, as I was pointing out earlier. You know, that next fib level was 2186, 88% retracement from that up thrust that we had, which is standard wave 2 behavior. Can be sharp. This is essentially sharp levels. Alarm just went off for 2186. There was a imbalance that I was looking at earlier. I think it was on 5-minute. That's sat down here, which is 2167. That would be my only concern if we flush down into that level. I did take longs here at this fib level, just as an FYI. my 2213 play that I had for it to hit in that area, I trimmed that one off once we started flushing. So just going level to level. What did USDT do? USDT barely moved though. That's wild. Maybe that's delay. It had its move up, and maybe that was a delay for ETH. It had to be a delay for ETH because ETH flushed, but USDT remained in that same area inside this box, and it had a very small smidget of a move up. That's interesting. You re-entered? That's what's up. Yeah, for us, it's got to. I mean, ideally, we want to see that this fib level holds itself inside this area. You know, I narrow this box down just a little bit more. I want to try to capture this right here. You can see what we've entered into. You know, we obviously have another one that sits right over here. Right inside there. If it flushes all the way down beyond, then clearly that was a dead cat bounce. But we don't have confirmation that it's a dead cat bounce unless it invalidates at 2157. And if it invalidates, then we're good. We still have our short that we took from yesterday. And if you're not short, you didn't capture. You so happened to catch the stream yesterday or catch the position yesterday. This is kind of what we were discussing all through the stream. We were targeting 2409. We didn't get 2409 because there's still an imbalance that sits above in that area. We had limits set for 2409. I've removed those limits simply because if we go back to that level, to that area, we'll most likely push beyond that area. So I wouldn't be looking for substantial shorts until I get into these levels. You might be able to get a scalp short. You might be able to scalp it, maybe catch a little move here, but there could be a good amount of liquidity here where people are going to start shorting it and it just pushes through. So for me, I removed my limit at 2409. That narrative could change if we start to see signs of weakness inside of that level. Yeah, bears can move lower, but I mean, they've collected a good chunk of liquidity on month open from Saturday and Sunday. And just because we have CME gaps, it's not a guarantee that we're going to fill them. Respectfully, I mean, it could go into those areas, but it's not a guarantee that it goes to those levels. It could go lower and then decide to go and clear that down the road. $26.94. Yeah, $26.94 looks juicy. Hmm. You do like I'm going strong.
Guess what?
We're back at that fib level again. I suspect we're going to test that fib level a couple times. In an ideal world, right? Like when you're utilizing those fibs, you want to see a bounce and then pulls right back up. But if it starts to like just kind of dance around that area, then it points towards saying it's going to sweep or at least push down a little bit lower. Don't be afraid of the stop losses, guys. Stop loss is what keeps you in the game. Take a stop loss, you take a stop loss. You're gonna go for that 2163, that pocket, yeah, because there's liquidity that sits right there. Son of a donkey. Yeah, we're gonna go and clear that imbalance. That's where we're headed. Yeah, invalidation 2157.
Guess what? Guess what?
Look at me. Look at me.
Aster? Oh, Aster hit a line for us. Hold on, where's Aster at? Ah, look at that. Aster's tapping into a long area that I had marked off. Yep. Yep. I might go in long Aster. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this. Let me see if I can get in on Aster. No, that looks like dookie. That needs to change. I'm gonna wait for a little bit lower on Aster. I just posted the setup for Aster inside of the corner. Yeah, I'd look to start maybe building on Aster, to be honest with you. What are we doing here? 2172. All right, clear that imbalance. Was that 2163 area? Yeah, I'm gonna line that. I'm close to invalidation, so my stop loss won't be so aggressive. 63, come on. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. Yeah, 2163, there it is. It just cleared that imbalance. Ah, you're gonna invalidate. Are you gonna invalidate? You just invalidated. Son of a donkey. It just broke a low. It just broke that low. Bro, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind if you just invalidate that area and then pull back up. 2154, 2157. You got to go lower now.
Guess what?
Yeah, you got to get lower now. So 55 is invalidated. 55 is invalidated. Yeah, because you went to you basically did 100% retracement from that move at 2157. All right, let's look left. Let's go to a 4-hour. You're sitting right over here. You're attacking the reaccumulation area. Sheesh. That's a risky long. That's catching a knife for sure. It's catching a knife if I ever saw one. Yeah, it just flushed out a whole bunch of longs. What's the rect look like on that? $130 million longs, 326 million in the last 24 hours, 130 million longs wrecked in the last hour. Just on that move in itself. You're literally catching a knife if you're longing that. Let's go see if we can catch some knives. Stab me in the face. That's too sharp. Broadening wedge? Nah. Excuse me. Tough rate. $21, $27. What's the next level you're gonna go to? What do you have over here? $21.15. Yeah, this is knife catching. Only thing printing right now is a short. I left the runner going. How much more liquidity do they have to the downside? Let's look at that. In the next level, at least next pocket, there's a shelf. Well, it's tapping into a shelf right now. But the next shelf is at 2025. That's right there. sweeping that low right there, which is 21.14. That's aggressive. So pattern invalidate. Now I just need to see, it'll be the same thing again. You need to see a bottom out somewhere, see an up thrust, then see a retracement, and then we can remeasure. Right now I just kind of sit and wait what it wants to find support at. On a 1 minute, it's bouncing off of this area, but I think we have a shade bottom that sits there, so I don't trust that move. Nope, no shade bottom there. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking left, trying to see where my support is coming from. June's low? What is that? Yeah, 21.15. I have a daily count for this. This puts my daily wave 5 in perspective. Yep. 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 I was looking for truncation on this when we're at 2600s. It's got to build support on this line. It has to. If not, this thing is going to tank hard. That'll put us at 1988 for a classic wave 5. But the issue I have for that is this is an advanced wave. Simply because we should have had truncation. So now that I'm blowing past that level, one way that you can measure damn no, advance would come all the way down to here. I guess I'm a glutton for pain here catching these knives. I long 21.28 on my side. And I'm keeping my stops pretty tight. You know, sweeping that low. My thought process behind that is that we've collected a good chunk of liquidity to the downside for several months now. For several months. Since November. I'll put some fresh ideas up for ETH here. I'll transition over to the server and I'll start rocking with you guys inside the server. If anything, I'll grab a bite to eat and then let me get rid of that for now. If anything, I'll do a live stream inside there, specifically inside of the server. I'll check BTC. I'll do that here in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and, like I said, I'm gonna grab myself something to eat, make some coffee, do all that jazz. Had some wins today, some good scalps. Had some losses. It happens. This is what transparency looks like. As far as the trader goes, not every single day is going to be, profit, 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 profit. It's lessons learned. In these lessons that we learned, we essentially look left and see, okay, where is support going to be finding itself for our potential bounce? And then once we have that established, then we can start marking out where our next wave is going to go. I still believe that we are inside of that inverse head and shoulder. As I mentioned before, we can come all the way down to 2060 and it still maintains and holds that pattern. It's when we get into those 1800s that invalidation starts to step in for inverse head and shoulder. Ultimately, if we're looking at higher time frame from a weekly perspective, we need to start seeing a V-shaped type of recovery to start giving us confirmation that we are forming that right shoulder. So more patience is what we're going to need. The good news that I can share with you is this. It's still early in the month. We're basically on the third day of the month, essentially. We have 25 more days left inside of this month. And in the first week of the month, we have a push down to the downside, an aggressive push down to the downside. And when you're trading on sessions, if you will, weekly session, new month session, when you see that aggressive move, whether it be an aggressive move to the upside or an aggressive move down to the downside, as you go later on in that session, you're going to see the opposite occur. So being that we had an aggressive move down to the downside, from Saturday, Sunday, literally on the first of the month, beginning of this week, I'm being optimistic saying here that I believe that we are finding our bottom here and that we need to go and start attacking some of the liquidity that's to the upside. 2400s, 2600s, 2700s, 2900s. All of those levels are still going to be bearish retest levels for us. So we do need to be diligent on that. But ultimately, if we did bottom out here, and let's say that we do go to all-time highs, throughout the remainder of the course of the year, 3,800 is going to be that magic key level for us. As I said a little bit earlier, once we start finding our bottom here inside of this area, we start measuring out where our wave counts are going to be. We look to add back to our longs, or if you didn't take a long entry, maybe you didn't catch a knife, you want to get into a position, you're going to want to wait for that wave 2 to present itself, and then you're going to start building on there. We did start to build some of the longs or add backs on the 55 minute. Clearly, you guys saw that got invalidated. So allow myself to be a lesson in how that works, right? You have to go from level to level and have a tight stop loss on it. It can't just be like, it's going to stop here and then pray and hope that it goes higher. So lots of lessons that you guys can learn from this. If you guys are going to be here tomorrow, I welcome it and I thank you for being here. Do subscribe to the channel. That way you are notified when I do go live. I'll be on here again live tomorrow around 9 a.m. to about 9:30. I try to get on here by the time New York markets open for cash markets. And then we'll start measuring out our 5-minute range to give us determination as far as which way the play is going to go for the day. Tomorrow being Wednesday is going to be another profitable day for us. Ultimately, we did take some stop losses, but we still were profitable with our scalps. So if you did have discipline, kudos to you. I tip my hat to you, and I thank you for being disciplined in that regard. Outside of that, continue to be safe in this current dump that we're seeing right now. If you are catching knives, I am. Keep your stop loss tight. Remain profitable. Don't give up all that profit that you made today. And above all, guys, God bless you. Peace be with you. I love you guys, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.